Hello. How are you doing? What's up, Wes? What's up, Hyper Game? It is the Snowpocalypse. Wes has a watch streak. Nice. Thank you for always hanging out, Wes. It's nice to have you around. Oh boy. It's been a frickin' week, man. It's been a week. Shout outs to Hyper Game, by the way. Oh, your kid has school canceled? Yeah, that's how it goes. I'm gonna give you a shout out. I'm also gonna shout out one of Hyper Game's projects that's here on Twitch, which is Deluxe Video Drift. They did a whole was it 12-hour stream? Something like that. Yesterday in support of I forget exactly the organization, but it was a organization helping people in Minneapolis with the situation down there. It's it was wild. A lot of the people involved in Deluxe Video Drift are from Minneapolis, including Miles, who's their main host. But yeah, check out Deluxe Video Drift. By the way, when they're not doing big ol' fundraising streams, they do a very, very funny sort of talk show parody show. It's very surreal. It's very Hyper Game writing. Hyper Game is such a great writer, and I always love the bits that y'all put on. So it's good. Got a rejection from another job for specifically they cited that I don't use generative AI. And it's just one of those things where it's like I'm running out of patience with it. You know what I'm saying? This shit's gotta die. I don't know what to say. Like, how do I put it? I'm a musician and a programmer. And a number, I dabble in a number of other art forms, you know. Those I think are my main ones. But Larry and Jihad, yeah. For those who do not get the deep Dune reference that I had to look up ages ago because I have never seen or read Dune. But Larry and Jihad is a tenet. It's a rule that one shall never make a computer in the form of a human mind, which is the sort of religious conviction of a certain subgroup in Dune. I'm not a big Dune head, but you know, Amy and Carrie both are, so I'm trying to keep up a little bit. Amy here is here to correct me. She says it was an event in Dune where they murdered all of the AI powered robots. Yeah, and then you know an admonition on creating that sort of thing in the future is I think part of the whole idea. It's just, how do I put it? As someone who's been in the tech industry for a long time, whenever I talk about AI or like the problems with AI, and there's many, you want to go look at a pinned post on my Blue Sky if you want to see various reasons about, you know, why using and or promoting this shit sucks. Like I'm sick of talking about the details, right? But as someone who's been in it for a long time, you know, we didn't just start talking about AI like a couple of years ago. Like this isn't, how do I put it? There was a breakthrough recently that is very technically impressive. Involves, you know, unimaginable amounts of data, but you know, they're able to make more efficient. My about panel has a Twitter and no Blue Sky. Let me fucking fix that because I haven't posted on Twitter in like 2 years. Give me a second. It's jneen.ca. If you want to just go there right now. But let me fix that. That's a good point here. If I can remember how to get their dashboard. Maybe. Community? No. Content? No. I don't remember how to do that. I'll figure that out at some point. Account settings? Channel. Oh, there we go. Yeah, get out of here, Twitter. We're gonna go blue sky, and that's going to be bsky.app. Is it profile? Yeah, profile. Mean.ca. There we go. All right, that should be fixed. Thank you for the tip there, Foggles. That was an oversight of mine. I should probably add twice itch and Mastodon and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, for sure. I'll take care of that in more detail after the stream. I think. Right now, just getting Twitter off of there is probably a good enough start. Twitter, of course, being the world's premier source of AI generated child sexual assault materials. Yay. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things where it's like, it's not new. You know, we've been talking about AI systems since before I was in tech, well before, 30 years before, right? Obviously we didn't have the capabilities we have now, but like, it's not like this has taken anyone by surprise, and it's not like anyone hasn't already done thinking about it. The problem is a bit of an eternal September moment, where it's like now everyone has an opinion, and that opinion is largely informed by marketing hype, right? By, you know, companies saying, you know, these are the things that this can do, and like, you know, people kind of just go with their assumptions about what it is based on what they've seen in science fiction or been told by people, or what the tools tell them themselves. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen people ask ChatGPT if it's ethical to use ChatGPT, as if that was an interesting thing to ask. You know what I mean? Like, how do I put it? The output of the answer to that question is not related to the truth. You know what I mean? Like, when you ask a person, like, what would you do in this situation? Or, like, what do you believe about this? You have various reasons to trust or not trust them, right? These are social, right? Whether you know the person, you generally have a sense of, like, if they lied to you, then there would be some sort of, you know, moral conflict, or they would have to live with that in some way. You might have some reasoning about, well, it's a minor thing, so they have no reason to lie. Why would I suspect that? But these are all social constraints about why you believe that the things that people tell you when you ask them are true, or at least what they believe, right? Or are related to the way that they act, right? That's not to say that people can't be hypocritical, right? Obviously, they can be, but there is sort of, we have in ourselves, we have trained heuristics to use a sort of social reasoning kind of thing to, you know, to think about whether we trust someone, and maybe then we believe people when they say something. ChatGPT isn't doing that. it's, as Foggles is saying in chat right now, it's telling you an opinion held by some unidentifiable set of the sources of its content slurry. Like, it's just what it is. What's up, Sagari? I did not go outside today. Yeah, no, I do not recommend going outside in many parts of the world around here in Toronto. Or I think New York City's getting it bad today too, as well as a lot of the northern U.S. Um, yeah, no, our back door is completely snowed in. It is. We were out there shoveling, and it just felt. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Was the feeling we got, because you would clear a pathway, and then 5 minutes later, while you were working on a different part of the yard, it would be covered in snow again. It's just like, but anyway, it's just to say that I have personally a boundary that I set in this stream, where I do not play games that I know have been made with the assistance of AI. That includes for programming. I have to be really clear about this, because a lot of people are. I think it's common to be on board with thinking that AI art or AI music, right, are something to, gamers generally speaking don't like that sort of thing. For me, what's up, Wilfred? For me, programming is my art, and I think there's a dynamic where, like, you'll see, musicians using AI art for their albums, and you'll see visual artists, put their time lapse stream to AI generated music. You know what I mean? And it's both of them will say, "Well, I'm just skipping the drudgery part that I don't like doing," right? And I think it's just really easy to have blinders on when something isn't the thing that you do. You know what I mean? To me, like, I've been in programming for a long time, and I care very deeply about how people interact with computers. I'm a programming language design person, and we think a lot about, um, the various ways that programming languages allow people to interact with computers. And to me, a programming language is a way of interacting with a computer that respects it, right? Like, they can be very high level abstractions, but, like, there's still always a sort of basic respect for, like, these are the things that a computer is capable of and is good at, and here's a very efficient way to use that. You know what I mean? Um, Westcrafted guy says it's hard because AI is probably not going away, but I don't think it's possible to use it in a quote good way. So what can you even do with it? Foggles says I think AI is probably going away, and I'm basically with Foggles here. I think it's the good news is that I don't think it's sustainable, in the slightest, financially, legally, um, or energy wise, right? I don't think, barring some, major breakthrough that they keep saying is coming but keeps not coming. um I don't think it's lasted more than a year. I'm gonna be honest with you. um and the AI crash will not be a happy time. Like, I don't want to, it's the only thing worse than it would be it not happening, if that makes sense. It's gonna be bad, right? It's for especially for people like me who depend on the industry for income, right? Though I'm unemployed right now, famously. um but it's gonna be painful. A lot of companies are gonna fold. A lot of people are gonna be out of work. It's gonna be not a happy time, but it has to happen. It's a band-aid that's got to be torn off. You know what I mean? Um, yeah. There was a recent part of the reason I'm talking about this is there was a recent thing where Shoujo said some stuff about Juz using a thing to do a thing, and I don't want to get into it, but, like, the way Shoujo put it in her statement, I really liked, which is that, you know, I'm not I'm ready to meet people where they are with AI. in terms of like if they're using it, I'm willing to say like, hey, and I've done this before with games I've played on the channel where someone would message me and say like, I'm not going to name names, but like, you know, hey, can you playtest my game or whatever? And I have to say, not unless you rip out the AI, right? Like, and I'm not talking about game AI here. I'm talking about like LLM or image generation content, right? And that has happened. Someone ripped out their AI and was like, um, yeah, I redid all the art by hand, and I was really impressed. And I played their game, and it was a lot. It was a good game, right? Like it's whatever. Um, Wilfred says, I've noticed that the idea that quote AI isn't here to stay is seen as somewhat insane. Yeah, exactly, right? At my school, AI is here to stay is accepted as an indisputable fact. Yeah, no, and that's the marketing line, which I'll get to in a second. But I want to finish my previous thought, which is just that um, the way that Shoujo said it was like you have to meet people where you are. I forget exactly the words, but it was like meeting people where they are, recognizing it as a systemic problem rather than an individual problem. But if you keep using these tools while knowing the harms, like I'm gonna side eye you a little bit. That's kind of bad. You know what I mean? Like that's not a it's not a thing. And this isn't just necessarily about me um, getting rejected from a job or whatever. We had a couple of these kind of conversations in QCC here as well, where it's just like, you know, I have to explain to people like what, read the room, right? Like QCC is a group of queer nerds who make tech art. You know what I mean? Like it's not the place for that. Um, but but yeah, if you look at the reality of what it takes for these systems to exist, it's not gonna be there for very long unless something major changes. Which I can't predict the future as much as anyone can. But the thing is, part of the marketing line is the following, right? No one today would start a business on 1970s technology, right? You can't. Um, if you really tried, you would fail, right? Like it's just not a thing that you can't avoid computers in business these days, right? Everything's computer now. As Hatsune Miku once said. But the and so I think people, especially people who are a little bit older and who have lived through the sort of PC revolution era, right? Who remember what it was like back then, um, intuitively have this sort of gut response that if technology feels like it's having a sea change or moving somewhere, that they better get in line or be left behind, right? Because I'm sure they saw people be left behind in the 80s and 90s, right? The thing that I like to counter that feeling with, and that's sort of the feeling that people have about AI. It's just like, oh, this is just a sea change. Everything's different now. It's going to be with us forever, whether we like it or not, right? And the thing that I like to remind myself and other people is that that same time period is littered with all kinds of technology that didn't make it, right? Like, there's so much stuff that seemed like the future that was marketed as the future that just is not here anymore. What's up, Green Heroes? Thank you for hanging out. It's good to see you. And so and some of that was AI, right? I feel like everybody owes it to themselves to read about the expert systems crash. There's a Wikipedia article I think about it. Expert systems crash. Maybe they don't talk about it too, and tech tech content on Wikipedia is always a little bit like It's like math Wikipedia, where it's like you kind of have to know it already. Um, but there's a bunch of writing on it. If you look up expert systems, there's a bunch of people writing about that. But like that was the future, right? Hypergame says part of a broader nose cutting off project to evaporate the cultivation of institutional knowledge. Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at it like that, right? Like you could see AI as labor arbitrage, right? Like as managers deciding that they don't need labor anymore, and if you can get rid of institutional knowledge and have knowledge just be, in a product that you own, well, that stands to make you a lot of money, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Um, but I think there's even simpler said, like not every technology that is billed as this is the future, you better get with it, is really that. And in a sense, every technology has always marketed itself that way, right? You see a new Ruby framework, and they're like, "This is the future. You better get on board or be left behind." You see a new JavaScript widget. This is the future. You better get on it and be left. Like it's just not a thing that we're unused to hearing in the tech world. You know what I mean? But like, so it's just weird. I mean, maybe not that weird because there's just so much money behind it, but it's just that's to see people like eat this up and be like, "Oh, this is really what's happening. This new magic that everyone has," is just very silly to me. Hypergame says, "My work in animation has been spared LLMs through guild action, but it's functionally indistinguishable the way that investment in systems that train up new talent have been crumbled." Yeah, no, and that's part of it, right? Like there used to be pipelines for creative work that it's not like they don't exist anymore. They're just not as established, right? Um, Especially with Nelvana folding here in Toronto, that was a huge bummer. Wes says, "I think it just feels more all-encompassing to me because of how much stuff it seeps its way into." Yeah, I mean, and that's just because there's so much money behind it, right? There's so much, and a lot of this logic has been convincing to people. There's a bit of a snowball effect, right? Um, Foggle says, "I'd also add that for people to be left behind, people have to leave them behind. Maybe we could not do that." True. True. Amy says, "The institutional CEO pushes of AI are in a literal hyper-capitalist death cult called rationalism, and their stated goal is to make humanity obsolete, so even if it weren't for everything else wrong with them, yeah." I think you need to contextualize things a little bit before you start ranting about rationalists. Like, it's not like I disagree with you here. But a lot of people don't know what a rationalism is. I'm from the Bay Area. Or at least I lived there for 12 years. Here's the context, right? A lot of the time when you see governments try to address governments or other organizations try to address the sort of obvious problems that they see happening, like for example, Grok, and all the stuff that's been happening with Grok. Is they reach out to so-called AI safety organizations, and a lot of these AI safety organizations are one of the big ones that you'll see a lot of the time is an organization called CFAR and another organization called MIRI, CFAR and MIRI, and these are sort of self-proclaimed, very sort of academic, very thinking about the dangers of AI kind of organizations. And the problem is that the thing that they mean when they say AI is very different than what most people mean when they say AI. They are very concerned about things like Roko's basilisk, right? Like the AI, the AI rapture, right? It's a very intensely stupid organization. Let me just. um, I was trying to find a way to say it without a judgment embedded in it, but it is very intensely stupid. Um, and if you've heard of effective altruism, if you've heard of Roko's Basilisk, like a lot of this is circling around that subculture, which guys like Elon Musk are very into, let's just say. So that's to explain Amy's sudden venture off into, and they're in a death cult. It's I have to but yeah, you got to be careful of organizations like CFAR and Mary. It is a major rabbit hole, and Curtis Yarvin, yeah, is one of the names that comes up here. Learning about Curtis Yarvin last year answered a lot of questions for me in a way that did permanent psychic damage. Exactly, and part of it is just how stupid it is, and yet it is so influential. Like, it just... Anyway, it's very stupid. Hypergame says, I'm seeing more normie pals suddenly adopting it in a way that's dispiriting, but the numbers do not add up, as you're alluding to. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and like, I'm not gonna lie, I read Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality when I was in 2012 or whatever year that was, but like... Ugh. No, it just hits different. I mean, I stopped like a third of the way through because it got bad. I mean, it's a fan fiction about a Superboy who's good at everything and solves everything in super clever ways because he's clever, right? Like, it's trash, but it is compelling for a moment. But then some people take it way too fucking seriously. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's what it is. Like, it was a turn your brain off kind of read, for sure. Anyway, that's all to say, I don't plan on playing games that were made with AI. This is a boundary, this is a picket line for me. This includes for programming, because as I've said, programming is my art. I care deeply about it. And I think, you know, when you are programming, when you're doing any kind of art, you're making these sort of... I had a conversation earlier with Blackle, and it called them micro adjustments, or sorry, not micro adjustments, micro decisions. Like every tiny moment that you are programming, the same as when you're making music or art, you are making these tiny decisions about what you're going to make easy and what you're going to make hard, right? And the kinds of decisions you make are your voice, right? And the code that runs a game is, to me, as much an asset in the game as much the content of the game as, you know, a sprite or a sound effect. You know what I mean? And this is just a thing that I need to get out there about myself. So that's all I wanted to say. I love you all. You can clip any of this if it is helpful to you. But yeah. You're a real one, Hypergame. Also, fuck Ice. But you already knew that. I mean, I'm up here in Canada, but I am American. And also I have eyes. Okay. That rant being done, let's play some Can of Wormholes. 31% completion is much higher number than I thought it was going to be. That's kind of wild, given the amount we played last time. Zacharias says, been feeling really uneasy what happened yesterday down there. Oh, yeah, in the States, for sure. You know, I like to tell Canadians there but for fortune, you know what I mean? Like, that's a reference to the song There But For Fortune, where the the refrain is there, but for fortune go you or I, right? Like we're not as far from that sort of situation as we think, but we are doing okay right now in Canada, and I'm happy about it. It is not currently exploding, and I will take that. But major solidarity with our friends and family down in the States, for sure. Well, let's play some can of wormholes. I forget. Does red mean we did it already? I think so. I think the white means we have yet to do it. Funny snake game. Woo! Right now we're a kind of can worm spider dealy. I'm getting the sense that the way these ships are laid out is going to be some part of like some big epic puzzle later. I I, I have gone and well, that's a long boy. I have gone and moved the ships from the control centers a bit, and we found Rainbow Land, but I left Rainbow Land because it was too hard. So we'll get back to it hopefully today. Hypergame says, I think it was a Michael Lutz skeet or something recently that was like, you hear that bell tolling? It sounds super loud. I wonder who it's for. Yeah, for sure. For people who do not know, was it Blake? Was that Blake? It was one of them. Do not ask for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. The bell tolling, of course, meaning that someone has died, typically. You hear that bell tolling? It's super loud. I wonder who's it for. Okay, so remind myself of the controls. Spacebar works just fine for that. Okay. Is that Poe? It might have been Poe. I don't remember. Okay, so I'm the super long one. I'm super long. I was remembering the SMW troll ROM hack that it was I'm super warm. The Super Mario World was reskinned to say that. John Dunn. Okay, much older than I was thinking than Blake. Yeah, see, I'm not Shovda. Shovda would be able to absolutely school me on this because she absolutely knows poetry in ways that I do not. So how am I doing anything here? Okay, so let's take a bit of a length measurement here because I can just kind of go over here freely. I'm gonna need to become shorter. By 4? And then I'm gonna need to get a 4-length piece over to here without it falling into the drink. So if I'm not supported by anything, I just kind of fall. But I only have to be supported by one tile at any time. Okay. What's up, Catbot? Oh, and For Whom the Bell Trolls by Defender. I did not know that he made a level with that title. That's amazing. Oh, it was also the title of a Hemingway novel. Okay. I mean, Wes. To be fair, it's certainly morbid enough to have been Poe. Okay, so I'm gonna try and see if I remember the rules of this. So I can slice off bits of my tail if I do the special rotating thing, which I can do. God damn it, that's annoying. Um, that's continues to be annoying. I'm too long. which I can do by sort of attaching myself to the end of this, which means it has to be braced, like up against that fence, and I go whoop, and now I can sort of flippity flip. And as I flip, if part of me lands on a fence, it will be chopped off and become more like this. Wes says, I know like two poets, and both of them are Edgar Allan Poe. You know Shovda, who is a poet. Probably. Presumably. You follow Mario stuff, Shovda. Um, is pretty prominent in the scene. She's cool. Foggle says it was based around ding dong sound effects and marking incorrect actions. I see. That does sound very Defender. Okay. So this looks fairly straightforward. I need to oops. How am I approaching this? So I need to make sort of this shape. Yeah, so if I go like this. No, I need to do it on the other side, don't I? But then how do I get it all the way over to the left here without it falling in the water? Is a question one may reasonably ask. Okay, so I actually need to do it on this side. There's a bit of an annoying counting problem. So undo in here, which is oh because I have this little hump to the right, I can't roll right. Ah! Fine. Undo. I'm gonna come around this way. So if I didn't do that, oh, I need to go out one more. Okay. So I need to go all the way to the edge here. That actually... No, I need to go one further than that, even. I'm gonna go like that. Oh, and then that supports me there. Okay, but then I actually do need to go like that to make it a shorter thing. Okay. That is wrong, because that's... I can't rotate it. Yeah. That's wrong. Alright, see you, Hyper Game. Thanks for stopping by. I need it to be the other, like mirrored around the other axis. So that's a little awkward, but probably possible. Like, let's see. If I go... Wait a minute, is that just it? If I do... Hmm. I mean, that's almost it. I just need to... Okay, undo, 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 undo. So what I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna start 2 above, right? Is that it? Uh, hmm. Making the cool S. Yeah, I'm just kind of not long enough. What if I do this? Then I die. They don't have enough support. Okay. What if I did that? I still don't have enough length. Well, okay. Okay, wait a minute, wait a minute. I don't need to go out that far. I can just do... that? Is that it? Right, but like here. Ah! That would happen, wouldn't it? No, I need to be here. And then I don't have nearly enough length. This one's hard. So I think this... am I right that this is the only place I can flip? I mean, there's also the problem of how do I get the piece back over to the left once I'm done with it. I wonder if there's a thing where I can grab my own tail at some point. I think you'd have to grow to do that. Because as it is, if I... like, it's always sort of one spot behind. Um, and I think there's a parity thing, too, where I'd have to grow from even to odd. Hmm. That's interesting. Um, I don't think there's a way I can use this fence to do it instead, is there? No. Well, now I have to push this back over. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, why did they even put it over on that side? I don't know. Wonder if I'm missing a piece of tech here? We could also use the hint system in the game, which I don't feel particularly bad about. The way the hint system in this game works is actually really cool. They give you a simpler version of the puzzle that has sort of something that looks similar to the solution laid out, and so you get to do that, and then you come here to do the real puzzle. Hmm. Oh, there's 2 layers of gain insight for this puzzle. That's fun. Let's look at this puzzle first. See if there's insight we can gain from just doing a different puzzle. Okay. Um, so this is very suggestively laid out, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the thing that looks obvious is the solution. I mean, one thing we could do is turn. Okay, this is a very silly solution. Which is just to turn ourselves into little pellets. Um, Now, the problem is getting through this area seems very not a thing. Like how am I ever getting through there? Oops. But this is certainly a thing that we can do to make it easier. A bit. That might be all that we can do, though. But even if I was just 2 tiles, which is, I think, the minimum, Uncle says you can't cut your head off, right? Only your butt? Um, I've never... So, I think it is theoretically possible. Um, I don't think I've ever seen a situation in which it would work. But I do think that, like, certainly a thick part of the worm cannot be cut by the fence. So I'm guessing that it would just bump you back. I don't think that's possible in here because I have to, like, there's no sort of exposed fence for me to roll onto. But this, I am. Oh, wait, can't I just do that? Oh, that's GG. We got it. Amazing. What's up, Gooch? Okay, so I did do it. I don't know if that's the intended solution, but it felt cool. Um, this one I'm still stumped by. We'll come back to that. Do I have enough to get through here? It appears that I do. Okay, these puzzles don't seem to have entrances, which is curious. Maybe I just need to... I just spam rings everywhere? That's weird. Okay. So I can now move this one. Which I want to go... Okay, so in the Discord, in the streaming channel, I have pasted a thing. So in the tails of these worms, there are hints on either side, but you can only see the one that is up, right? Because of the forced perspective of the camera. So if you look in the streaming channel, which I think is public to everybody, um, shaboop, streaming channel. I have a bunch of screenshots of various hints, one of which we used to find the thing. Now, some of this I think is just lore, right? Like this one just looks like lore. Um, this one, I'm not quite sure. It just feels like worms decompose in water, maybe? I don't know. Um, this one appears to be some kind of hint about the thing at the center of the space area. And then this one is how we found Rainbow Land. Come on, get in there. This is sort of a sequence of directions that we followed, like these with the yellow worm, and then these with the blue worm. So, Foggle says it seems really hard to have unintentional solutions here. Yeah, for sure. So I'm actually tempted here to just leave for a second and then go to the tail of the worm. Because I'm actually not sure. And you see, this room used to be oriented a different way. Because we moved the ship, it's now like this. And I'm just sussed out a little bit by the lack of oh, I've been forklist. Nice. By the lack of ring there, which is strange. So I'm gonna investigate that on my way back, I think. But for now, let's go to the back of the ship. For which we have to use C to throw the can. Yeah, okay, there we go. And then we just wait. And the worms come to our rescue. Oh, and then this room is rotated now. This is interesting. Not sure. But it might have something to do with our little conundrum. Of that one room just not having rings that we can use to enter a puzzle. Okay, so we did get this one. This is just a you can throw rings under little fences. That's fine. Okay, so now we go all the way back to the front of the ship, and then you gotta turn around. I think, yeah, the can. Okay, so this is actually an interesting. I feel like this would be an interesting speed run because the overworld movement is like interesting because the can goes a lot faster when it's rolling, but it can only go in a straight line. Unless, of course, it's turned 90 degrees by one of these flower pots. And then getting back into spider mode eats time. So there's kind of a trade-off. Like, you go faster in the short term, but, like... but then there's a cost associated with getting back. See, I can only roll back and forth, and then I have to wait for the spider legs to come back. So you kind of got to know the area and then be like, oh, there's a long straightaway. Yeah, so that hint was about being able to get into, to throw a can into here. To get into that puzzle. Which we did. Last stream. So, let's go to the head. There's the one puzzle I haven't solved on this worm, but that's fine. They allow me to move on. Maybe we'll use one of the hints. I think that's fair. I've used one hint so far. Not the thing that I meant to do. There we go. Okay. So I want to move in such a way that the tail is like that, is facing to the right. Because now, of course, I'm navigating the worm from left to right now, and the tail is to the right. The worm is exactly the shape that it is in the view there, which I think is a really fun little feature. Like if I go here and then throw the can, see, that could be worth it. It just takes so long for them to come back. I'm not sure. It really depends on the geometry of the area, but With the amount of time that it takes to get the legs back, it feels very like that can't possibly be the way. All right, and here's where it bends. There's a little S turn that we left in there. Ah, god dang it. I thought I was going to have a clear shot to the door, but I didn't. Okay, so we have a new piece of lore here. I'm going to screenshot. Is this going to be a the humans are dead story? It might be a the humans are dead story. All right, so here I can zoom. So you've got worms. I'm not sure what the order is here. They are taking plants from the wild and then transferring them into pots in some way? Interesting. Anyway, I think that's lore rather than a hint. So, the ugly sapling? I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, each one of these ships does have plants on it. Like, the candy canes could be interpreted as big worms. These worms are, in fact, striped like candy canes. The tiny cactus and the tiny pine tree are hard to tell apart. True. So is this like an herbarium or something that the worms are maintaining in some way? Not sure. But we're going to go back to the head, and then we're going to explore, because I think we got a signal from another worm. That is not the rainbow worm, interestingly. Yeah, let's just take a look here, because there are these little circuits that connect things. And the puzzle entrances tend to be connected to one of the circuits. You know what I mean? And these ones are both going off of the ship or out this way. Not here, though. inconclusive, but we may be entering this puzzle from a different ship, which would be fun. Okay, so let's reset from here. Or at least undo here. Cool. So there is a worm here. That I can hop to. So there you can see the doors are connected. So if I get out of here and I go back, one of these side doors should be open. There we go. And that goes to the other worm. There we are. We're in Cactus Land. Yeah, see, now there's a bunch of cactuses. Let's start with the tail. That's not the way to the tail. Yeah, so there's a map which shows you like how we're related to this grid thing. Which is pretty handy. So here's the tail. Ooh, they want us to push worms into the hole? I guess that's a wormhole. Okay. And then when we get to the head of this worm, we can turn it around and see the other side of this. But we need to be able to pilot the worm first. But let's save this. Bam. Okay. This one already seemed to have power, though. The other ones I needed to knock the battery back into. I made it to Blink and Talk? What's Blink and Talk? These puzzles have names that I don't know about. Huh. I created a fat worm. Oops. Forkless, I see. I made it blink and talk, yes. I think I sent you this when I made it, and you said, holy awesome. But yeah, this is one of my channel point rewards. To switch my model to forkless. But I think that move that I just did there is entirely forced. Like I can kind of rotate around in here, but there's no point at which I can do anything other than that. So that's forced. Now I need to flip a dip this thing over. I think I wanted to not do the thing that I just did. And instead... I'm gonna try... I want to put this in there and fill that spot. Do I? Because I want worm food, but I think the deal with the double thick worm is that I can't slice it. Yeah, that doesn't slice. So instead, probably what I want to do is I want to put the double thick one in the hole here, which is a little delicate because I am only 2 long. And yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. And then we go... Ooh! Well, what am I supposed to do about that? I guess I just don't need to use that one. What's up, Neil? Good to see you. That is not what I was expecting to happen. But it makes sense. It certainly makes sense. But it's not what I was expecting. So, I don't think I'm able to slice this one into worm food because it would fall in the hole, right? I mean, can I not just do... Oh, but then I can never get this off of... I'm Sokobond. I can't pull. Right. So what I was thinking is that if I was longer, I could brace horizontally from the top. And I could choke up on it a little bit and then flip. But in order to get longer, I'd need to turn some of this into worm food, and it doesn't seem possible. Now, this might be another one of them troll puzzles, where what I have to do is turn this entire thing into worm food, then eat all of it, and then I go in the big one. Evaluating whether that's feasible. I can't lose any length to here, to the water, because... Or I guess this is sand in this world. Because this is forced, and it can't go in any of the holes. This takes up all of that, and then that's a 2-piece and a 2-piece. So I don't have any to spare. So if I drop any lengths of worm, other than this guy, into the sand, then it's GG. But, now that I've said that, I've noticed... I can do that to get across there. I can... dunk the big boy in the sand. No problem. That should be fine. So I could do something like this. Bam. And then... God damn it. Oh, maybe I should have done that on the other side. No, I'm gonna do that. Hang on. Oh, this sucks. Okay, let me... There we go. I'm gonna do that here. Because... What I want to do... is get this one over there. I should get this guy some flavor of out of the way. Is this any? No, this is nothing. What am I doing? And I can't flip when I'm diagonal like this. I don't know what I was going to accomplish here. Foglo says you could lose a fat sausage to water. Yeah, exactly. Um, So in terms of turning the big one into worm food, I can do it exactly once. I can go, be like this, right? Oh no, but then I lose that. But even presuming that I didn't lose it, like, how am I gonna cut this giant stick up? I don't have any fences that are oriented that way. Other than, notably, this one, but that's, like, all the way down here, and I would need to flip it along this axis. Which, having cut that part off, I've lost the ability to do. So, let's restart. Let's convince ourselves that this is forced. Yeah, that's 100% forced. I want to know what happens if I do that. But they're not letting me try it. Is there a way to get bracing that I'm not thinking of? Because if I can get bracing pushing upwards, uh, in such a way that I can get the thing back, it's GG. Is there somewhere I could place the fat sausage in the water? That would allow me to do that? I'm not seeing it. I mean, first of all, just getting that sausage on the left of here is a bit of a Sokoban challenge, because as soon as I push there, it's GG. I think I have to push it out one. And then that. That. And then I think I can snake my way across there and push this back. But then this is now stuck on the bottom forever. Not great. But I should be able to do that. And then push this back and go up. Something like that. I don't mind if it's stuck on the top. And then I could do something silly like this. Yeah, let's say I had it here. And then I flip this. This does not help me in getting it back down. I'm now wicked. It's not stuck on the bottom? What do you mean? Wait, can I do that? That's kind of fun, but I don't think it's useful. Is it? Do the sides of fences work like knives, or can you push into them without cutting? So they're borders, and if I push into them, I do cut. So if I do something silly like this, yeah, this is annoying to navigate. Then it will cut. Now, obviously, you can push into the broad side of them just fine. They just act as a wall then. No, the fat sausage pushes back. Oh! I got it. I got it. I was really close before, too. Just put that down there. No, I do that. And that's my bracing. That's it. And we can go like that. And then, nah, stop! And then like that. Yeah, see, that braces it because the fat sausage can't be cut by the fence. So we do that, and then that goes right in there. And then this one goes in there, and then I go in the last one, and we're good. GG. Good spot, Foggles. Good spot. Let's try this one. Boop. Okay, so we got 2 fences. We have a 4 length. Huh. This is curious. How do I do anything at all ever? Oh, I can make fat sausages again. But I've completely Sokoban'd that thing in the corner. Is that avoidable? I don't think so, but actually, I can get that out of the corner. I can get that out of the corner, I think. Yeah, so let's start there. That seems auspicious. Because that is a bit of extra length that we have to work with. And now that I'm 2 tiles, I can die. Okay, I can go around the other way. Do that. And then now we can roll. And I could turn this into worm food. That's bad. And that may be how I do this bit. But let me leave that for a second and allow myself to navigate around. as 2 tile. Um, how do I do anything? How do I get these guys? I can get one. And then I can get that one out with my 2 tile powers. I can go back around with my 2 tile powers. And now I push that up, and then I go back around again. Oh, this is kind of fun. And then I go back around again. And then I can push that there. And get this out like that. But then I lose that one. How do I not lose that one? I don't know. Was there a moment... When did that get pushed into the corner? That was my first move, wasn't it? Shite. What's up, Real Duroth? Good to see ya. This game is hard. Make no mistake. I think I restart because I need to use my 4-tile powers to get this guy out from there first. Then I come down here and I do this thing. Stop. That's a much better spot to be in, I think. Because... I can do that. Push this down into there. That's fine, I think. And then this one can just go there. Well, that might not be fine, actually, because I can't cross this anymore. So let's not do that. But I think just having them here... Yeah, I can sort of navigate a little bit like this. Frick! Okay, hang on. God, the Sokoban of this puzzle is kind of hard. If I get out here now... Okay, then I can push this down, and that's fine. Then I come back this way. And I push this up, and then we go back over here, push it out 1 tile. It's slow going, but I think it's gonna work. Then we make our bridge. Then I push that out like that is fine, I think. That goes into place. This, I move up here so I can get it off the wall. I leave it there. Take this guy. Well, okay. Fine. Now I'm here. Now I can push this one into here. Now this one I turn into worm food. I grow to 4 length, and then I can do this. Woo! Does the giant one prevent you from swallowing it? Yes. It absolutely does. Okay, that's back to the other ship over there. So let's start here. Okay, I am the long worm. I must... Curious. Okay, so why isn't this easy? Well, that is not good. To do. How do I get this to push in that direction? I mean, can I just get rid of you? Oh, but now I'm... I can't get off of this. Okay. I could do something like that. Oh, but then I can't do that. And if I'm doing this, then I get sliced. And I also can't get off. Fumu Fumu. I am the longworm, I am the longworm, I am the walrus, cuckoo cuckoo, says Droth. um, oh, what was Foggle saying earlier? You can get it out of the corner if you get bigger or before you get smaller, I suppose. It prevents most actions, but it can be pushed, yeah. It can also turn into terrain on the, you push it into the sand here. So, what am I doing here, then? I'm trying to roll this thing... If I was longer, I would be able to do it. Because I would be able to leave one piece of tail sticking out. And that would... Wait a minute. Am I being... No, because... That just cuts off... Anything that isn't in this straight line here gets cut off. And if I'm entirely in this straight line, then I get trapped. Because it's exactly the length of me. Okay. Is the dilemma here. Does this weird shaped piece help me in any way? It just really doesn't feel like it does. I'm trying to think if there's a weird worm food cheese here, but I don't see it. So I can turn this over. And then trap myself in forever. Stupidly, in a way that was completely not necessary. Okay. I was gonna try and get on both at the same time, but I don't have bracing. Could I have bracing? I mean, if I could brace against myself, potentially, but I'd have to get my tail in there, and I don't think I'm doing that. Hmm. Feel like it's the key to the puzzle, to get on both at the same time. Well, see, I don't... Is this one of those situations where I would flip over... I would attempt to flip over. It would block me because it would be attempting to slice a thick segment. But even though it blocks me, it's enough to push this one into the thing? Is that what we're going for? Maybe. I think if I have this one out one, I might be able to do it. Like, if I do that. Because then I can come from this direction, and having done that, this braces. Okay. So this is great. I love this. I love this so much. This is what Steven Sausage Roll does. So Steven Sausage Roll, there's a number of things that fail to work, but they still result in a push. Like, this doesn't work in the sense that I can't actually turn it over. But the sort of faint motion that looks like it's just showing you that it won't work is enough to push. Now, a question that I have is... Okay, so that is still enough to push even if this part isn't fed. That's really cool. I love that. Oh! The depth. There's a lot of depth to this game. Little bit of learning. Okay. So, I literally only have one move, which is this. And then I'm constrained here. So I need to kind of get out of this cage. And I think this is the thing that gets me out. Is this helpful? I need 4 tiles. I'm 2, and I can... If I can get this out, I can make worm food? I don't actually know that I can get this out, though. This is fairly thoroughly Sokoban in here in a dimension that I can't really do anything about. So... But this seems very forced. Like, is there anything else I can do? That seems super forced to me. Like, I think that's just the setup. So if I can turn both of these into worm pellets, that's GG. Maybe I can do that. This part seems straightforward. I do that. And then I'm 3 tiles, so I can do an off-grid push. And then, can't I just do this? Ah! I've been trolled. I can't push this way. I can't slice it here because of this stupid fence piece. I need 1 more tile of length. Can't I just? No, never. True. It is important to figure out why you can't just, though. Often in these kinds of puzzles. So that is interesting. Oh, can I? Yeah. Okay, it's this trick, I think. We use that to brace, sort of, but now I can't. Okay. I use this to brace like that, and then I can flip it over, and now I should be able to slice it when it's in this orientation. God dang it. Yeah, that's fine. And then get out of here. Don't need that anymore. Then I'm 4 tiles, and I just go to the end. Beautiful! So that's again using the non-cuttable sausage bits to brace the thing. Okay, so I have 4 and 3 are required, so we're good. Opening these doors does not use up my little thingies, it just checks them. This one's cool, looks like a snake. In the desert theme, it looks very appropriate. Alright, so we got more puzzles. Let's check this one out. Aiming. Okay. Duras says I don't like these ones that are inexplicably disconnected from the rest of the puzzle. You mean like the gap over the sand here? I think I turned this into worm food. But I think I need to leave 2 segments. Well, so I need to be a little smart about how I do this. I think I start here. No. Can I do this? There we go. That gets me off of the edge. So I need to leave 1 to allow me to slice back to normal size. So I'm going to turn this one into 2 pellets, which I am going to promptly eat. And then I've got enough length to probably be able to just deal with this and just push it in. Oh. I'm being silly. Right. What are we doing about that? Bracing isn't really gonna happen out here. Certainly not with the length that I have. So Durath says I can see what you have to do to get that one over. I was thinking I would flip it, but I can't get bracing on it. Now, if I had a bridge of even 1 tile here, it would be fine. But the issue is that in order to push something through, let's say instead of turning that thing into pellets, I decided to use it as a bridge, right? I can't push that through. That immediately loses. And I can't do it if... I certainly can't do it if it's any longer. So that's a problem. Unless it's fat sausage. Yeah. We could do that. How are we making a fat sausage? Because certainly doing this won't work. Oh, I need to cut it first. And then brace that somehow. Oh no, that should be fine. I just go the other way around. Yeah, because I can go around there. And that, and then this braces. And there's my sausage. And this is going to become worm food. In fact, I kind of want it to be worm food now because... okay, let's push that there. I think that's safe. Gives me room to maneuver this. Push that up. Now I want to turn this into worm food. So I do that. There we go. I need my length back in order to cross this gap. And then 4 tiles should be just enough to do this. And that closes and lets me cross. There we go. Nice. What the hell? It's just a big old hole over there. That's the bastard, yeah. What are we doing about that? Now, notable lack of fences in this level means that we can never slice anything. We should be able to flip, though. Yeah, no, this looks hard. So we flip and die. Okay, so we use that tile to support the tail. It needs to be that. No. It needs to be. Damn it. Damn it, I'm too big! Okay, that's fine. I'm long enough that I can do off-grid pushes easily. Yeah, okay, that was annoying, but... God damn it. There we go. But I need my tail to be in this spot. Why can't I flip vertically here? Oh, it needs to be... Okay, that's a sort of... I remember learning this, but I had not remembered it. Which is that in order to flip the mouthpiece of where I am flipping from needs to be on ground. It needs to have friction with the ground. So here I'm just hanging in midair, so it's not going to flip. So that is mildly annoying. However, it is ad time. So I'm going to take my break, get a little bit of food. I heard something about chicken pierogies. So I'm going to go check out, see if there's anything like that. And I'll be back shortly. BRB. Hello! I'm back. I have pierogies and broccoli to fuel my brain for puzzle solving. Okay. What I can do, though... This is weird. I don't think I could use flipping to move these guys more than one tile off of the edge. I mean, I might be able to get a little kitty corner in there. That's it. How is this ever possible? There's a reason there's two. No, there's a reason there's two. Um. Okay. Let's do an experiment, right? So if I choke up on this one, and then go on this one and then flip. I'm moving the one here in my midsection much further. That's taken a huge leap. I think that's the key. I think this is the technology that we need. This specific setup I don't think is it, because I'm pretty well hecked here. But I think with some adjustments, like having that in one maybe. Maybe having this one out a little. My issue here is that getting off of this... Oh, no, it's fine, actually, because my tail is supported. However, I'm pretty sure this is the technology that we need, but I'm not... It's not the whole solution, for sure. Because there's still a question of what can I do now? Because Okay. Let's say that I stay on this guy, because I'm never going to be able to brace it again. I can push that guy up and then brace... No! I'm one short. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? Oops. I do that. However, that's it. That's it. I think that's GG. Because now I can just... Wait a minute. I gotta be careful about this. So I gotta be supported by... that. Let's go! GG. That was evil. Okay, but what we learned is that with two segments, if we eat two segments at the same time, we can move segments by much longer distances in one go. Which is very interesting. I really like the mechanics of this game. And presumably we're going to have to use a similar trick here. And now we have to get both across. God, this gets so deep. I was not prepared for this. I thought we were just going to do worm puzzles. Okay. So, what's going on here? So between these two are 7 tiles. I am 7 tiles long. So if I want to be on both of them, it has to be a perfect alignment. I have no tiles to spare. If that makes sense. Again, no fences in this level, so there's no cutting. There's no turning things into worm food shenanigans. We just actually have to get these 2 pieces over to the other side. And I think we have to do that with a series of clever flips. That being said, I don't have to be entirely choked up on the second one. Only on the first one. So. Let's see. I think the first thing I want to do maybe is move this one. I'm long enough that I can push things from off grid. This one there. And this one here, maybe? And then both are braced and I can... Oops. Oh! Oh, that's a fun little feint. Look at that. God, these mechanics. The fact that you can be any shape makes the Sokoban-like elements of this really interesting. Like, look at this fucking mechanic. This had to be programmed in, by the way. Like, this is an edge case that the devs thought of and are probably going to use for a puzzle later on. However, I have done this wrong because I can't flip this direction. Yeah, that's no good. Do I first just have to flip? Oh, I'm very hecked here. Yeah, everything feels like it's going the wrong direction. If I was able to flip... Okay, let's restart. If I can flip over the L piece here in either axis. But it does very much look like one will be easier than the other. Again, that can hang off the edge just fine. Oh, can I self-brace here? If I do this... Bam. Okay, that's nice. I can self-brace, and that allows me to flip this. So now this is going this direction. Then... God damn it. This isn't gonna work because... Oh, I could self-brace this. I could self-brace it. So... If I go, like, other way around, I can get onto that way. But that's not braced in that direction. Fuck! Have some broccoli and think about it. Oh, I can go this way. But I would need to get over to the other side. I can't flip in this direction. Because I have my tail in that direction. I'm missing something here. And then on top of it, the top area is like... Okay, so let's try doing that. No. In order to get on this one, it needs to be braced there. And then this can go maybe here. But then we're going the wrong way, right? So if I do this... I'm flipping the wrong way. Am I just being silly here? Am I not noticing something? I mean, it might just be that this is annoying Sokoban. I can't flip this upwards until I flip it downwards. So I think that is the first step. Is flip that. Because then at least theoretically this could flip that way. Then this... And then this one then can't connect up with it. Because I don't have enough length. Even if I self-brace here... So I get onto it in the most... Well, okay, so first of all, I can't freaking get on it this direction. Okay, what if I do something... Okay, this could work. If I do this... And... Yeah, what if I come this... I don't have enough length to do that. Frick! I was trying to get onto this end here. And if I push this one up further, then I don't think I can do anything at all. Why can't I... Oh, I can't rotate here because the segment is off the edge. So if I undo here... And I can't rotate there because... Well, I mean, I could compact into here. No, that's not doable in this configuration. Okay, if I do this the other way around, I put... No, but this is... It's facing the wrong way. But then I have to be in this tile in order to be choked up on that at all, and then I can't flip. Ah! I feel like I understand the principle, it's just... annoying to figure out how to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like... Hey. And then I can never flip. No way I can go around this way, no? Okay. Yeah, none of this is flippable. If I do that... Maybe I push them both to the right one from there. Then I can... Or maybe two to the right so that that one is braced. Like that. Then can I... self-brace here, get on that. I can't... I can't get far enough to flip it that way. Again, if I want to be on the... Well, okay, hang on. I could do that. But that now I can't flip because I'm off of the edge. But that's fixable, I think, by moving both down one. Oh, come on. For fuck's sake! Like that. But going to that side. That's the first vertical flip I've been able to do in this whole goddamn level. I also think it sucks because now I'm screwed. Basically, I have two moves. I can't back out. If I choke up more, I die. And I don't think I could have done it one to the left because I needed to brace against this wall. Can't I flip? Okay, let's Oh, it's here. Which direction? Well, no, I can't flip because I'm not on the ground. But I could have... But even then, the only direction I could flip is back to where I started from. Could I do it this way, though? Maybe they're a little closer together. It's better. So self-brace here. That's the same issue. But I have a little bit of slack here, so what I could do, potentially... this is a little annoying to set up, but... It's a little annoying to set up, but... Ooh, if this was down one, could I... No. I was thinking having a little bump out to the side would give me more area to land on. And I only flip from my head. This won't work because it's off of the edge. What if we were down one more even? I don't know, I'm just trying shit at this point. Oh, then it doesn't brace. On the right. Okay, so let's try... flipping this the other way around. Then could I do something like... Again, a little annoying to set up, but I think it'll work. I think I could self-brace there. And then get all the way to the end. Then I can let that one drop into the... That one falls. What if it was the other way around? Be something like that? Oh, but then I can't get onto it. I don't have nearly as much slack if I start with the forlong one. And that I can't break, or I don't have traction on the ground here. So it needs to be there. I just don't know how to prevent it ending up right there and falling into the sand, as it were. The shape certainly suggests that that goes higher. Right, because, you know, you flip it over and then it's sort of lined up with these little things. But, then I would have to do this. And I also can't brace at all. I have to get on there, which I can't do. Let's swap these. Yeah, let's put this one over here. Yeah, I mean, swapping the two around is sort of not really gonna work because they're just kind of oriented badly. Let's gain insight on this one. Okay, so let's think about... So we're using... Interesting. So we're using the 4 long one to flop back and forth. That makes sense, in a way. So what if we set it up to look more or less like the thing on the top? Which means that I have to flip this one? Or at least I have to Sokoban them around. No game audio. There isn't any music right now. There is game audio, there just isn't audio happening in the game. Or at least not much. I can turn it up a bit. Yeah, it's just, there's not a whole lot of stuff going on in the audio right now. Okay, so, if we do that... Yeah, that... Does that do it? If I self-brace here... heck, they need to both be up one. Doing the Sokoban in this level is a little annoying, I will say. Then we get onto here, and then that's braced. Yeah, okay. That's it. That's not it. Hey! Okay. We just need to flip this one. Flip a dip dip, and then this goes over here. And they both go there, like that. And then, oh, bracing on this one is a little annoying, but I think it's possible. Yeah, I just need to turn around up here. Because I need to come out from here, which is... Yeah, there we go. Bam. 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 Bam! And then we're good. Oi! That was hard. That was hard. I needed to use a hint on that one. What's happening here? There's a worm. Oh! One of the worms in the area turned into a worm in the puzzle? What's that supposed to mean? Let's look at the map. Okay, I'm just gonna explore for a second. Oh, we just have free access to the head, I think. Wrong button. That has warped me back to the... Oops. It's alright, we're still connected. Still a little bit of backtracking. I could certainly get the tail hint, though. With 7 moves, I think. This is one of those things that I'm appreciating more and more about puzzle game design, is that it's kind of important to have something else to do other than just the puzzles. Am I making sense? Especially for like a long puzzle game, right? Because you get tired after solving a bunch of hard puzzles. And it's nice to have there be an alternate activity. Okay, so I need the tail pointing left, which I can do in 2 moves. Yeah. One interesting thing is that it rotates the segments of the worm, and then the puzzles themselves are rotated, right? So, like, the psychology of, like, how they expect the puzzle to be presented is different depending on whether you've moved the big worm, which is a brave decision, I will say. It's very... I would be very concerned that people would approach the puzzles differently based on whether they're vertical or horizontal or upside down. Catbot says, noted, we'll add a fishing minigame to all of my puzzles from now on. Rude. What kind of puzzles do you make, Catbot? Do you make, like, Sudokus and stuff? It's more instructions. But they're... Okay, can I knock this over? No, but I think I can wiggle it enough that I mean, maybe I can knock it over? Can I throw my can at it? Get out of the way! That's mean that they don't let you just have a clean screenshot of that. Okay, so let's start with just the static one there. We've got down, down, something, left, right. This is gonna be annoying to... Okay, so it's down, down, left, down, right. So I'm just gonna note that. Down, down, left, down, right. The bits hidden by the cactus. Okay, that should be enough. Info to save. Can we associate each symbol with a letter? Like, it really looks like this says can of wormholes. So by that logic, the dark blue would be an L. The light blue would be the F. And the curly would be a W. What's the cactus shape? You know, I do have a screenshot. The very beginning. It's really annoying, though, because they cover it half up with the fucking arm. And the worst camera perspective means that that's it. That's all you get. Maybe I need to look at one on the other side, and then that will... Yeah, I mean, the repeated character is the O here. I think can of wormholes. Other than the O, does it have any repeated letters? But then there's no S on the end, so... Oh, no, this... No, it would be L-E-S after the O. Something's not adding up here. But I am suspicious. I have my suspensions. Oh, can I see it on... Yeah, on the can. Sort of. Let's grab a screenshot and then see if we can zoom in. Get over here. Zoom. Okay, so the cactus shape is one that's not on here, which is, you know, not entirely surprising, because there are many letters that are not on here. But that says rocket cactus ship, and the other one said battery. Or rocket ship cactus. So, that being said... Huh. Alright. Well, let's solve some more regular puzzles, and we'll come back to that. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, there's a sense of mystery, there's a sense of, like, other thing that I'm doing, like pieces of something I'm putting together, while I'm... in order to give me a little break from brutal puzzles. And it's kind of nice, actually. Yeah, so if what I was saying before is, like, if you go into this puzzle from here, it's the same puzzle but rotated. Which is, of course, the same puzzle, but, like, it's courageous of them to allow you to see it anyway that it happens. Okay, so what's going on here? I am 5 tiles long. There's a single 5-tile long thing here, and I can't get to it because there's this hole in the middle. So, I need 1 bridge segment. Or I need to do a clever flip or a cut or something. We can do stuff like that, but I don't know if that's helpful. Notable lack of accessible horizontal fences. So cutting these looks hard. However, if I was able to turn around in here somehow, which I can't do because I'm an odd length, that's really funny. So there is a parity thing here. In order to go straight into your tail, you need the parity of your head to equal the parity of your tail. And right now, or to not equal the parity of your tail. So right now I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 long, which means that it takes 4 moves to get from my head to the tail, which means that I will be on the same checkerboard tile. So if you imagine this being tiled like a checkerboard, right? At an odd size, the checkerboard color of my head and the checkerboard color of my tail are always the same, right? And you can sort of prove that to yourself just by saying, okay, they're the same right now, and then every time I move 1 step over with both head and tail at the same time. So checkerboard of the head always equals the checkerboard of the tail, which means that I can never be directly adjacent to my tail. Right? I'm always going to be sort of chasing it. Now, if I was an even length, it would be the other way around, right? Then the checkerboard color of my head would always be different than the checkerboard color of my tail. That is all to say that, I don't know what to do. I don't seem to be able to turn around in this little space here. Or have enough length to do that. Which is interesting. So I could get there either this way or around this way, but I need 1 segment of bridge, maybe, or something. Now, what I could do, potentially, I do need to be careful of Sokoban in this little corner here. Getting bracing on these is not going to be simple or easy, is it? Yeah, no, I can't self-brace. I would need to be 6 long to do that. But I could sort of flip over 1 such that the other ended up in here. You know what I'm saying? The problem is bracing, because As soon as I put one up there, I can never get it off of the wall again. Like, I'm thoroughly Sokobond. Usually, if this was just like an open edge, it would be fine. But of course, it's a solid. And then this little spit here means that I have no way of getting that off the edge. The question is, if I'm doing a flip, how am I bracing? I would need to brace against both. Welcome back, Wes. Did I already say that? I might have already said that, but whatever. Bears repeating. Huh. What am I doing here? I just don't have the bracing to do that. I mean, I can brace here. Also, I think if I get it on here, I don't know if I can get it back as well. Or not without pushing it into the edge, and then that's GG for that. I can get these out just fine. But obviously they don't fit through this gap, and then I am is there anything I can do in terms of like coming partway into here and then reversing? Is there something like that that's helpful? I mean, I can reverse into there. Undo, 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 undo. Humu. Yeah. I think I would actually need to be 7 long to self-brace. But I'm very far from that. What's the gimmick of this world? Does it even have a gimmick? There was a couple of things. One is making the sort of fat sausages. Which I don't see a way to do in this level. Another was doing flips while having 2 different segments causes the one closer to your tail to be moved really far, all in one motion. My issue here is that in order to sort of apply any of that, I would need to sort of... Well... Oh, I'm having a brainwave. I'm having a brainwave. I'm having a brainwave. It's not about moving these pieces. It's about situating myself so I can reverse out. No. Is it? No, I was thinking that I could somehow do this flip such that my tail was sticking out there, but it's the same length issue. Happens. This feels interesting. But of course, if I back out, I'm toast. Wes sees it. Ooh, I got it. I got it. That's not the shape I need to be in. Yeah, I need to be in this shape. Bam. Okay, so what being in this shape does for me is it gets my tail pointed downwards, which means I can reverse. And then we're good. Holy shit! The kittens have been kittened. What that generally means is the kittens have been played with and fed their evening meal. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. Whew! Good puzzle. Bebo jumped big! Nice. So I can throw the can. Oh, I'm up here. That's not where I wanted to be. And the worms can't give me legs when I'm up there. So I throw here, and then I go spacebar. Okay, cool. Now I'm in the puzzle. I am this tiny little two-tile buggly bug. There are no fences in this, so no cutting or turning things into worm food. I am going to have to do this puzzle as a little tiny buggy bug. Now, I feel like if I get bracing here, it's GG. I can just sort of... No, it's not. What am I doing? Wait, what? Oh, I do have to flip it. It is the wrong orientation. But I think I can just push it over. Yeah. But I do appear to have to get bracing on it. But I feel like, hang on, if I do that, and then I push here. Oh, then I can't. Oh no, I'm good. We roll. And then I can never get off of it again. Shite. Because here, obviously, I go into the thing, and then I can only dismount here. Though, okay, more fundamental question, perhaps, is how am I ever flipping this over as a two-tile bug debug? Like, god damn it. Like, presume that because I can get bracing on this pretty easily here. But this doesn't flip. It's... I would need to be choked up on it to, like, here. To flip it. But I'm a little two-tile guy, and that's just not gonna happen. What the heck? Is there some other way to flip things? Oh, it is ad time. Give me a second, real quick. I'm gonna go clean up my dishes while it is ad time, and I will be right back. See y'all soon. I'm back. Oh my god, I've been pixeled. Alright. It is still snowing, but much more gently than before. Okay. What is the deal here? There are no fences, so there isn't really any chance of cutting anything. I'm only 2 tiles, so I can't... And there's no worm food, and there's no fences to make worm food, so I can't grow bigger. Wes says, took a break for a little while where I'm at, but now the snow is back. Yeah. It's much more gentle than when we were snowing before. It's definitely piled up. Carrie said that they opened the back door so Bebo could look at the snow that is like piled up against the back door. And it he just kind of looked at it. It was over his head. Looked back up at us and walked away. Or at them. And then walked away. Sort of a use your magical human powers to make it go away, please. But unfortunately, our magical human powers are slightly limited outside the confines of the home. It's how it be. Okay. I just had a brainwave! I know how we flip this. So I was thinking, how am I gonna flip it? Because even if I'm choked up on it, I can't, like, these are braced against the ground. There's a big old hole here. So, you know, if I hang this off of the side, then I'm able to brace it like that. That should flip. Am I making sense? Now, that would work if this was pushed over by one to the right. And I'm a little perplexed on how to do that because... Stop. Like, I can get this out, right? But then in order to push it right, I need to move it all the way down, but then I have a Sokoban issue, which is that I have no way of pushing it up, but I can do a rolly thing like that, but then I can't get off of it. So, it's a, kind of a weird issue. Is there... Unless I bring it back down to the bottom, in which case I have the same problem. Can I... Hang on, this... Why doesn't this work? I think I can get on this, yeah. Oh, but then I'm not on the ground. So in order to roll, the piece that I'm using as a rolling reference point, which is my head, it needs to be on the ground. Which it is currently not. Let's undo a bit until I get this guy off of the right edge, because I think there might be some merit in moving it to the left side. Like, what happens if I go like that? Aha! Wait, is that Is that just it? If I do that, and then we move over. Now... Damn it, I was hoping I could flip. Dude, why can't I flip here? I mean, I guess three-dimensionally speaking, this would go through the thing. If I move one further down like that, though, then I'm not... What? Wait a minute. Why can I roll here? Why can I roll here? Okay, I think the rule about whether you can roll is a little more complicated than your head being on the ground. I think what it is that something in line with your head needs to be on the ground. Is that... Does that make any sense at all? I don't know. I'm just a little worm. It's complicated, though. So I do need to then do a little of schmaneuvering to get this off of here. Yeah. Get out of here. And that's GG. So I can roll from off grid, or from off of land, as long as something in the line with my head and in the direction of my head is on ground, I think is the lesson here. Okay, so we toss. Do this. Okay. I got an achievement for that, by the way. Okay. So I do appear forced to push this into the water. That I don't think is something I can do anything about. There's no fences. This I could then push into there pretty easily, but the issue is that now I can't get down here. Is there something else I could do from this position? It's weird because I obviously need to get down there last. Is there some weird way that I can push things that are already underwater? Like if I do that. Maybe that's not it. You see what I'm getting at, though? Yeah! Oh, that Okay, so let's study how we're lined up. I'm on top of it. Yeah, okay. Can I... Oh, and then I just roll to get this off of there. And then I can just repeat, right? Oh, that goes the wrong way. No, I need to be like that. Yeah! We good. And then we go bop. Boo! And I think that's enough. Like, theoretically, I can get to here. Okay. So now, I think that's GG. I just push everything into place. And we're good. That's wild. Love that. See, sometimes I get it really fast, and then sometimes it's like, it takes me forever. Okay, I now have 10. Got another room of schpuzzles. Okay, no fences. I feel like I'm gonna have to do a big leap of some kind. Or... Oh, come on. This is silly. What happens if I do that? And go into the water and die. I can do this. Not get bracing on that one. Interesting to note that I don't have enough length to go on all of them. All of it at the same time. So. Oh, I am long enough to get self-bracing, though. Interesting point. Okay, so given that, I think I want to align here. Okay, this is a weird move, but let's see if I can do it. I think I want to flip this. I think this is in the wrong orientation. Yeah, and I can get self-bracing on it. Oh, but I can't flip it like that because both of those are corners, and you can't flip on a corner. Okay, well, let's just see what happens. So I'm going to get self-bracing here. I'm going to flip. Then I would like to be on the other one and keep flipping. But you see how I kind of want to flip it in on the vertical axis. I want to turn it flip left and right rather than top and bottom. Because then if I could be on something and be rolling upwards, then we'd be good. As it is, this is a little weird. So maybe I can test my theory. I wonder if it's not even that I need something in line with my head, it's just that I need something in the direction of my head. Because I can get self-bracing on one side of this as well. But I can only go one off of the edge. Which is why I'd really like to flip it left and right, but I don't think that's possible. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna push this left a bit. I'm gonna push this up a bit. Push this down a bit. Get it kind of there-ish. Come on. And then try and get out of the trap that I've set for myself. So. I'm gonna self-brace here. Well, no, hang on. I'm gonna self-brace this way. Is that right? Huh. I mean, this definitely has to be in that, file in order to do anything useful. Okay, so maybe we have something like that. Okay, maybe we push this over here. And then this goes... And this is similar to what I tried already. So I can flip there, and then I can't flip there anymore. But I could if my tail was out here. You know what I mean? So what if I go like that, if I do this in reverse? So I do that. And now my tail's here, so... And my tail is my rotation point. That's it. There we go. GG. Oh yeah. These puzzles get freaking hard, man. These are brutal. I like it. Okay. Okay. I appear to need to flip this on 2 axes. I believe that this little pool of empty here in the middle is the key to the puzzle. So, just in case it's not immediately obvious, wrong shape. So. What we're gonna do about it is... We're gonna start by flipping it on 1 axis, right? So I could do that and get this guy out of the way. Do that. Cool. So now if I can flip it along the vertical axis, I'm done. However, that's easier said than done because, you know, while I can choke up on it like this, that's not in such a way that I can flip it. Unless... This one I can safely push against the edge because I have little handles to get it off. Unless I somehow brace it like here. How am I bracing here? Presumably I have to use this 3-segment thing for bracing. But how? I mean, maybe I'm just off by 1. So maybe we go like that. Strange. Because wouldn't I need to choke up on the other side? Hang on. I think I've got this backwards. I think this needs to be like that. And then braced there. So I think what I'm doing is like that. Oh, that's bad. I can't ever get this out of this corner. Hang on. Get this out of here. That's fine. This I need to push down here. Annoying. This one can go up against that wall. That's fine. I have to be very careful not to push the 3-length one into the thing. I think I'm pushing it here. And then that allows me to do this. No, I need 1 more tile to the left. There's not a place to do that. Okay. Maybe I do this first. Yeah, okay. I think I want that. Can I brace that? On its right. No. What the hell? um, I have specifically a 3-length piece. A 2 or a 4 one would solve it immediately, but like specifically 3 is Wes says, I love that this music cue started and then paused when you rolled away. Yeah. I, there's not a way that I can like flip it so that it lands there, right? I don't think so. Like, okay, I have a 3 segment. That's 4. That's 6. That's 6. That's 2. That's it. That's all I got. If I do something like this, I don't think I'm gonna be able to flip. Yeah, I need one more over. Oh, like... Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. So if I was up 1... Okay, I pushed the 3 tile one in the corner. Yeah. If we were up 1 from here, like that, then I can brace here, flip, then we go here, and then we flip. Okay, no, that's it. And never mind. I can't get off. I can't get off. Oh, I can do that. You're right, yeah. And then I think I can just do this sort of anyway. Yeah, there we go. Amazing. That's 12. Alright, I think that's this worm finished. Now there's a rocket down there. Oh. Alright, so, let's restart. I am now yellow worm. Let's try and follow the instructions. Not there. Oh, did I? I think I overwrote the tab. Give me a second. Yeah. So we need to start with the blue worm, which we can. So blue, we go up, 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 up 3, right 5, up 3, right 9. Then light blue. Then we switch to light blue with X here. And we're able to do that because the doors are joined up here. So it's just literally fast travel. We could have just left here and walked all the way around. But now we're the light blue, the F. We go up, 3 lefts, 4 ups. Up, 3 lefts, 4 ups. Followed by 3 lefts and 3 ups. No, I need... Okay, so, frick. There's one puzzle in here that I have not solved. Let's take a look at it again. That'll get me 1 extra move on this worm. And it's not this one. This one is a bigger mystery. Where's this one? It's hard to recognize because it's turned 90 degrees since we last saw it, but it is, I think, the same. Oh, you know what I didn't account for is that I can absolutely self-brace on this. So I don't need to be in that spot to do it. And we've learned some lessons about moving things long distances using flips. So I can do various things. Okay, can I, with my fantastical length, can I set up in such a way that I chop off an exactly this much here, and also I can self-brace? It's a bit of a counting issue. So I do believe that I need to self-brace from the bottom. So I can do that, and then... So this needs to be part of the shape. Then I need to come down here. Oh, there's a stupid fence. Okay. I need to make something like that. And then do that. Like, almost. I need to save 2 tiles in how I'm doing this. So I absolutely need to come through here. And then I can't go into this tile. Or any of... But I also need to make... Well, okay. I could move this closer. Right. So let me give myself some space, and then we go. Well, we could go like this. That's cutting off the wrong side of it. But this is the... So we could go like... that. No! Okay, what went wrong here? This needs to go up. But then that blocks off everything. Unless I somehow managed to do that so that it landed here. But in order to do that, the two-piece would have to be out in the water here. Cutting off the brace itself seems useful. Potentially. So what if I'm even closer? So I'm gonna brace, and then I'm gonna take my time out here. So the brace is kind of at the end. No, I need to brace the other way. I'm going to come up here, brace like that, come out here, and then take my time. That's shifted over one. So here, not here, take my time, get back here. Okay. Slightly annoying. Like so. No, I need to go down one here. What is happening? What? My brain is not processing this correctly. This is the cut. So I need to come up here. But if I was up here at all, then I couldn't roll. I do it here. Then the cut is... It rolls to here. Then the cut is here? So the cut is now here. So now I need to go... God damn it! Down to there, because the cut is here. And I don't have a brace. Fuck! Oh! No. Right. I mean, that's the start of something. The weird thing is, though, if it's the wrong way around, I can't flip it. Because you can't flip on a corner. So I actually need this to be completely different. Right, because this is the wrong... Even if these were gone, this is the wrong orientation. So... Maybe we use the other one. Right. It's gonna be a little tricky to set up, but... And then I have to self-brace, too. So it's like... Nope. But I could be closer. Oh, come on. This is a little silly. Okay, can we just not be there? Okay, great. Ah! You see what I'm trying to get at, though, right? Though I think this needs to be one higher anyway, so it can roll. And that's just out of reach. But here the cut would be there, so... No, this is wrong. No, I need to do this. Kind of. If I could flip here, it would be great, but I can't. Let's try one up. I don't know, like... See what I'm saying with this level is just kind of like fiddly. Oh no, I would need to go like that, is it? Okay, I'm taking a hint. I mean, yeah, obviously... Okay, I got that part, thank you. Let's try the other one. Okay, but this is not the part that I'm struggling with. Okay, so what we learned is that the part that I'm struggling with is not supposed to be the hard part of the puzzle. If I brace on the fence... See, this is what I was trying originally, and it just doesn't fucking reach. Now, I could do this. I could do... something like that. But I run out of space. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is where I was last time. That's why I gave up on this. My... And if I don't go all the way there, I run out of length, and I can't. Okay, what if I start from over here, and I retrace this... If my stepping off point... is here. And I retrace... Oops. Retrace this. Is that it? That's fucking it. That's so annoying. That was so specific to set up. Okay. Well, I have the goddamn shape. Then Then what I can do is... do I have enough length for this? Because I kind of need to brace this. Well, no, I can self-brace this one. I can go... Oh, wait, no, this is backwards! Because I have to flip it to get it over there. No, this doesn't fucking work. This is upside down. So I do need it to be an N shape rather than a U shape. I swear to God, this fucking game. So in that case, can I do the much simpler? I just have to come through here the other way around. One off, for fuck's sake. Okay. I think I can go like that. No, but now okay. Oh, wait, I'm supported on the back, so I can do that. Okay, there we go. And then I'm flipping back over to get out of this. Okay. Now I have that. So this is now oriented upside down, which is perfect because I want to flip it into position. So, I think this is a lot simpler. I think they don't expect me to self-brace for this puzzle. So if I get out of my own way here, and then I go like this, and that's it. Okay. Ay. That was way more complicated than it needed to be. Woo! Alright. I could have just done it the easy way the whole time. Wilfred says that level seemed kind of terrible. It has its flaws. I got lost on it. I don't know. In terms of the level itself. I'm still a little undecided on whether that was me or the level. Complex shape far away. Yeah, it's a lot of measuring. Oh, it is add time. Frick. So yeah, I'm gonna take a break, and then we'll finish this, little password thing here that we've got going. Oh, but in order to do it, I would have to finish... Okay, so we're gonna go to Rainbow Land, then. That's what's happening. We're going to Rainbow Land. Alright. I will see you all in a moment. Big hearts. Also, what's up, Wilfred? I think you've probably been lurking. But yeah, it's time for Gay World. Let's actually go to Gay World. I'll leave you in Gay World. We are aligned here. It's Pride Worm! Let's go! Alright. I will see you all shortly. Bye-bye. Hello. West Crafted Guy redeemed I'm gay. Is that specifically for Gay World? Nice. Welcome to Pride Land. I think I attempted one of these puzzles and gave up earlier. But we have a lot of knowledge that we didn't have before. What? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, there's no worm there. Oh, I guess we solved one puzzle. Okay. So there's no worm in the spot. Okay, so if I go like this. Hey, get off me. Get off me. Get off me. Get off me. Oh, I'm facing the wrong way. That's bizarre. Something funky is going on here. I get on this one. Okay, so that does go here. Okay. Escape to exit stage? So that has connected these. Oh, stop! Okay, maybe maybe I need to start from the tail. Let's go to the tail. Yeah, something strange is happening here. This is not the tail. This is, in fact, the head. And let's see. In order to input the code that we found, we need quite a lot of rainbow pieces. 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so we need to collect 12 rainbow pieces. Oh, do you think it would be different if the room was rotated? Oh, wait. I'm stuck in here. Okay, so if I go to the head... Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so I have exactly one rainbow piece. What happens if I move... God damn it. Stop! I'm gonna go all the way around. What happens if... I can only move one tick. Do you know a way to make the workle, parentheses, worm circle, receptor connect to a different port on the puzzle? Absolutely not. But I can do that. I can only move one tick. So here, this room has been adjusted. Oh! No, you're right. Now it's an elbow bend. So, if I go to this workle, the difference is that worm circle is on the other side. Okay. That being said, this still feels like a hard puzzle. Obviously, that doesn't do it. I mean, I could... Wait a minute. Okay, maybe this is actually easy. Because I can do this, right? Bam. No, because that falls in the frickin' hole, and then we perma-lose. Okay. Because I'm not really able to contort myself into that, but I could maybe do a flip to get in there. But then the thing that I flipped would come with me. Can I use this in some clever way? I might see it. I might see it. Get that guy out of the way. Then we go something like... Oh, this guy can't roll at all. It's completely trapped. Break! I reckon this one. I think I need to start as this worm here. Which means I need to bend the other way. Let's see if I can do this one. Because having a second move would be very useful. Am I 5 tiles long? I am. I can just do this, right? What was that? I don't know. What the fuck was that? This is absolutely a meta puzzle. Yeah, there's some weird meta stuff going on here. Okay, so I'm gonna undo. I'm gonna go that way. So now it's bent the other way. Now everything is oh! Each of these entrances, I need to beat the entrances rather than the puzzles. This one is going to be bad. But there's only 3 arrangements here. There's straight, there's a left bend, and there's a right bend. So, I don't... Oh, that means that in the future I can use... Okay, so this is the teaching puzzle. Oh, right. I can't use either of those because no worm exists there. There's a worm there, though. Okay, so let's try going back to the non-bend. I'm gonna undo. This way is head on. Can I move the worms into place? No. Has anything changed here? This... Huh. Right bend? Am I correct in that there's only 3 possible bends? Maybe. I mean, as far as all of these go with their relationship to this puzzle, they're not changing. Because they don't cross the joint. This one crosses the joint. This one doesn't cross the joint. But it does seem that winning certain puzzles can make worms appear. The one that I solved, I could have pushed the L into the hole instead. You're right. What would that have done? Is solving the puzzle differently do anything? No. It like turns this into a handle temporarily? A handle is not a puzzle element I'm familiar with. And then it also resets the puzzle, so it's not like... It's not like I can, like, leave this in a state like that. Right? Yeah, that all resets while the camera's zoomed in. Okay, out of curiosity... That one's flashing. I wonder... Okay, well, let's go to it. If that is in a different spot when I solve the puzzle... That connects those 2 nodes. Now the handle is there. Huh? If I go into the puzzle, this is my only way into the puzzle, as far as I can tell. That dissolved it. Boggles thinks she gets it. What does a handle do for me? Can I toss the can up here now? No. Okay, if I leave the room and come back, does the handle reset? No. If I twist the ship... What was the Steam achievement I just got? Bridge the gap. Connect 2 terminals together. How does that help me? Okay, question. Is there a way to get this 3-tile segment out of there? Can I use other things like that? Can I do this and then win Oh! Got it. So it's blinking because it's connecting two terminals together. And now if I win in this state, it will become a connection. Okay. Then I can do something like start here. It will go along here. And now I'm two-tile worm. In this puzzle. So that's fun. Now, does being two-tile worm in this puzzle help me? Not sure. Oh, wait a minute. This puzzle is easy. Never mind. This puzzle is hard. Hang on. I think I might be able to use this as like a hook of some kind. Get that out. Ooh, this is hard. Two-tile worm can't do a whole lot. Oh, but that does give me a spot to stand. Maybe this isn't the optimal spot, but I can do that. Having done that, I can back up and get out. That is bad. That's the only place I can cut it, right? Because if I cut it on the... let's go around here. If I cut it down here, then the dot falls into the thing, and then I can't move anymore. Perma done. No, okay. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Because I think I just figured out the solution in a... if I start from the 5-tile one, which is one of the entrances that I have. If I solve that with some terminals connected, I might be able to... So let's go that way. I forget which one it is. Oh yeah, this is gonna get complicated. So, I think this is how I do this. Fuel. So I need to do a couple of things. Connecting terminals here is going to be hard. But I think I can solve this one at the very least. Oh, and I'm standing on the dot now. Which is fine. And that's GG. Now the question is... okay, so in terms of the worm that I am, I can have my head here. It doesn't stretch the other terminal, though. gotten that one. But then I do feel as if I have to beat it with the 2-tile worm. Because... I need to beat it... Okay. So, a question is, how do I ever beat this one? Well, I need to connect some terminals on this puzzle. In order to do that, I need to get into this puzzle. How do I get into this puzzle? Where there's 2 other entrances to the puzzle here. I think those entrances I have to... I have to use some of this machinery here. In order to... Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. I think I need to straighten out. And then we need to think about what terminals we want to connect in the 5-tile thing puzzle. Okay, so I think this is the orientation that I want right now. Right, so this terminal gets me into this puzzle here. In order to get that, I need to go into here. And I need to get something to this terminal here. Which is tricky. Which is very tricky. I could be like that. As it ends. Okay, let me see if I can... I want to set this up one before winning, like that. And think about where my head can be at the winning moment. I don't think my head can be on a terminal at the winning moment. I think I'm pretty limited here. There's no cuts here either. It's a lot more limiting than I thought. Nope. Nope, undo. So I would need to have my head and tail aligned exactly like that. Or the other way around, like this. Can I use this to do that? Can I use this at all? The big long piece. Is there any way for me to get this? I'm not seeing it. I would need a significantly longer... I mean, okay. I could push this into the pink water here. And then I would be able to get this. But what terminals can this connect? I legit don't see any that are in this arrangement. So, I think for right now, the only exit we can take is this one that gets us to the 2-tile worm there. I think that's it. I don't see anything else we can connect. And it has to be the head and the tail. It can't be another part of the body. There's one other connection I could make. Can I flip anything? You know, if I could flip... I don't know how to get bracing. Like, okay, if I can flip the bent piece. No flippage required? Am I missing something very silly? Like, that's not a connection. This isn't a connection either. I could get flippage, maybe. Wow, this is a little sneaky. No, I can't get flippage. Damn it. I'm one off. Are you talking about the one, the 3-tile one over here? Because I don't think that's useful. Oh, I could connect these two. No. Hang on. That. Bam. I could do that. Is that useful? Yes, that is very useful, actually. No, that's it. That's it. That's it. Because that lets me be this long boy. Now, with my long boy powers in hand, I think I can flip. Because now I have this in this direction. And brace there. No! Stop! I don't want to win. Incorrect. What am I doing? No, this is still fine. I just have to do it a little bit different. I gotta go like this and that. Stop. And then back out. Push down. Now I have bracing that way. And then I can flip it directly into the water. Bam. Perfect. God damn it. No, I'm being silly, once again. Yeah, this is... I was being very silly. I can shoot that. There we go. Okay. Flip. Cool. Now I can do that. And then I win. That not only gets me another thing, but it also means that this one now connects to the puzzle I've not been able to enter before. Bam. I'm here now. Oh, now I can cut. That's mildly terrifying. Okay, so can anything be joined just normally by this piece? Yes, in fact. Quite easily. I don't actually know how I want to do this because I can't see the overworld, but, like, that's an example. And anyway, I won that one. But that's... Oh, okay, I guess I'm opening this door. That's not what I wanted, and I can't undo anymore. That's okay, because I can still use this entrance. Here it is, yeah. Okay, so this one I want to be actually aligned here. That's where I want it. Because I want to be able to use this entrance for something. So that's that. Now, this entrance still, I think, does not go anywhere. Unless it goes through the frickin' door, but... No! Okay, this still doesn't frickin' work. Okay, hang on, though. Eh? Nope, none of this works. I need to connect the actual node, not just next to the node. I'm being silly. Okay, so I'm here. I need to connect this somewhere. So... I need to connect it to here. I need to connect it to the only exit to this area that there is. That requires me to slice this in very specific ways. And flip it in very specific ways. Ooh, okay. Oh, this is gonna be hard for my brain. Because I have to brace. Only thing I have to brace against is the fence that I also have to cut on. So it really feels like this just ain't gonna work. Connecting to the bottom right thing will break when the puzzle reset. Well, okay, then how do I... Ooh! Wait, hang on. I need to connect... to this worm. I need to solve this puzzle here, starting as this worm. Which means that I need to connect this node to here. I still need to do a fair bit of flipping. Okay. Again, though. Oh, I don't even need to flip to cut. I can just cut. Yeah, I was being silly. So how am I doing that, though? Because... I need to flip something. Right? That's connected. No, I got it. I think I got it. Right. So I need to cut that. I think then if I flip the L piece, we're good. So hear me out. This guy goes here. This guy, it's a little awkward to set up, goes there. And then I flip the L piece somehow. I might have to use the top to do that. I think I need to use the top. So let's get these guys out of the way. This is going to be a little surgical. Okay, that's fine. So, we're going to go here, and like that, and then flip. Done. And stop. So like that. Like this. That's fine. We can do one tile off the edge, which is why we can push things to the edge, but not off the edge. There it is. Sick. Flip the straight piece. True. That has resulted in some very useful joints. Then, then I can be the big worm. And then I just... Okay, well, one thing that I can do is I can just beat the puzzle as a big worm, and then I get this entrance. The token for this entrance. The endeavor to not undo my, my thing, but that... No, okay, it resets it automatically when you win. Okay, well, I might have to redo that, but I did get the thingy. Though, I'm not sure if there is a point to having that set up other than to win that entrance. Right? I think that's just the way that you do that. Next thing is I need to get to here, to this puzzle. in some way. Which involves coming through this door? Jesus fucking Jesus. Okay. No, I'm gonna need to flip discs across worms. Of course. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I flip discs across worms? I knew that was gonna be a thing. I knew that was gonna be a thing. They did telegraph that, to be fair. So in terms of this room, I only have one more entrance to solve. And that is this one here, which currently gets me nowhere, but there's no cutting in this one. I was thinking, like, if I can connect this node here, which is the right number of tiles, but I don't think I can make a bend like that unless it's me, in which case I don't think I can end in that position. You know what I mean? Like, I was able to end in this position because I could, you know, push up here into this thing. But ending in this position, I don't think I can do, even from below. So I don't think I can connect these two. I think I have to connect these two, and that puts me in here with as the 2-tile guy. Maybe there just is a solution as the 2-tile guy. I don't know. And I think bending the room doesn't help with that. But let's see. So first of all, I need to enter here. Can that door go somewhere on this worm? I don't know how U-bend stuff works. It could, I think. Okay, so now I want to do this. I can only connect things diagonal from each other with this piece. Okay. So we do that. And then let's try bending. I have to go all the way around. I mean, I could also, I think, toss the can. Maybe I can toss the can here. Yeah. The can gets blocked by the worms. Okay. So first, we're gonna try a left bend. This still appears okay. So the relationship, okay, the way that this room is set up, you can see the joint here. That's fixed to here. These two rotate relative to one another, but these two tiles don't, which makes sense to a certain extent. So I think I just have to solve it as the 2-tile worm. Somehow. The little buglet. So I am a little buglet. And that's an issue for me. Because I mean, I can flip this guy, sort of. Before, when I was 5 tiles, I could just go off the edge and do stuff. But as a little buglet, I can't. Can I use this as a bridge somehow? If I do that, it's GG. So I have to go out at least to there. I can do that. But I don't understand what I would do from here. Like, I can only sort of move back and forth between these two positions, and that's it. I could shove something in the water before cutting. You're absolutely right. That could get me a pellet. Maybe. Ooh. I am now 3 tiles. And also... Let's go. That's GG. Okay. Beautiful! Okay, so that was the last entrance in this room. So we have to keep in mind the thing that we're solving are not puzzles. They're these like, these up here are just tools to get a solution. The things that we're collecting are the white entrances, turning them to red. So actually, right now, it doesn't really matter that we haven't solved this puzzle down here. Because all of the white entrances have been turned to red. We've collected all of the little pieces that are available in this room. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Okay, this is getting really fascinating with the meta puzzles here. Okay. So. Oh. I already have enough to get through the next door as well. But I'm gonna, obviously endeavor to solve this room first. Now, you can kind of see, based on the floor pattern, that the relationship between these two tiles is fixed, but the relationship between these two tiles will bend. In 3 possible ways. That's right. I got to this area before and went into this puzzle. This is interesting, though. Look how I skipped this worm and ended up in this one. It's because there's a node here. There's no node here. The worm that you start on has to have a head at the node. I think, is what we're learning here. And I was not able to solve this puzzle. I remember this puzzle. But I think we might need some meta tools to solve it. I did solve this one. Oh no, am I gonna have to do... So this was the first one that I did a cheeky convert everything into worm food to solve. But I don't... Yeah, there's no nodes to connect here. Okay. Or, yeah, no, it definitely needs the node. It may not need the head. But it definitely needs the node. Okay. I can't flip. I... I mean... This feels impossible, right? Like, I can't make it through there. I can't flip it that way. I can't flip it this way. I could put this in the water, but I can't. Ain't no way I'm making it around there. There's not two nodes to connect here. So I do feel like we're not in meta puzzle land here. I just still feel like I'm missing a mechanic. I mean, I could cut this, but that's insta-death. Right? Because you drop a thing into there. Do that. Oh, if I can get onto it like that, I could cut my tail off. I don't know if that would help me. But it's a thing. That could happen. You remember this puzzle? From when you played it? I could cut my entire ass off into the hole, for sure. Yo! Okay. Free yourself from the constraints of a body, it says. So, with that, I can just freely do whatever the fuck I want. Oh, why can't I get off of this? Okay, so once you're a ring, you are trapped on sausages forever. You can't get off of anything. Okay. I was wondering what happened if you just cut your head off. But that's apparently it. Okay. Is that gonna be how we solve this one? This is a very how on earth do I do anything ever puzzle. I will say that... Okay, so this entrance leads... There is only one node in the whole puzzle, right? These two just connect to each other, and I think won't work as entrances to the puzzle. So I think I can only be this worm. I could push this down. I would need to push it down further. But then I can never get off of this guy. That's it. Unless I flip it back. Or even then I can't get off, so I'm stuck. It made a happy noise when I did this, but I don't... Oh, it's ad time. Alright. I'm gonna play the piano for a bit. Think about this puzzle. Oi! Stretch break. Stretch. Stretch. Oh, I'm still on this, like, weird scuffed piano that I said last time. It's fine. I like it. Should get Genebot to play a tone when it's ad time. True. You can't hear the piano, and that is because OBS is not happy with me. Piano tech? Oh, I need to do this. Then properties. Let's go Safari. And then back to Piano Tech. There you go. Someone beat Sieve's impossible level. Holy shit. Tell me about it. How'd they do it? Was it the game mod that let it run faster so they could search? Getting a Koopo to bounce toward the edge and kicking it into all the stuff that needed to die. Amazing. So, the level was cheesed rather than the encryption being broken. Is how we might characterize that. The fundamental principle still remains sound. let's get back to this thing. We can, in fact, put a ring on it. Here. Does that help? We could do this, and then never be able to get off again. The music seems to like that, but this is very clearly a dead end. Can I turn around in here in any way that makes sense? I could go around this way, actually. Yeah, okay. So, I do that, and then I do this. I could get in ring mode like this. Ho ho! Ho ho! Okay. I don't know how I feel about that puzzle. It was extremely satisfying to solve, I will say. But it also was very not telegraphed. Like, whoo, boy. Okay, let's just go over this again, because you had to go up to the top to turn around. So first of all, you have to know about the ring thing. So really, this isn't a great level to learn about the ring mechanic. The other level that we played in this room was, because it was clearly impossible. However, so you come down here, right? And you're like, you push that out of the way, and then you can get on this, and then you see, oh, I can become a little ring, right? But in order to do anything with this, I need something to be there, right? And so I'm trying to think of how to be this shape. But, like, you can't really do it, right? Like, it's... Actually, no, you don't. You can do that. No, that works. But then it's just sort of magic. Like, I did not see any of that coming in advance. Like, none of that was planned. It just, like, lined up magically. Yeah. Woo! That was just me fucking around, and then there's the solution. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so that's all for this room. Yeah, once you get the ring... Well, once you get the ring with your tail pointing the correct direction, everything's magic. Okay, so what's going on here? I do feel a little bit as if we're solving them in reverse order of difficulty. So maybe we're doing this area backwards? I don't know. I'm just gonna keep going. So what's going on here? So first we check for nodes. Oh, shh! Okay, hang on. Okay. I'm glad that it leaves a trace of what it did here. I think if we bent this, we would end up in this puzzle. As that, but then I'm not sure that we can win in that state. So I'm gonna keep going. So we went through this door. And then we ran into this, and I don't think there's anything we can do about that. Like, the path going in the door is kind of fixed. So, let's try bending this. So this is 1, 2... This is the sort of second knuckle joint here. You think it would be equivalent? Anyway, I mean, let's try bending it. Like, that's That's probably where we're headed. So I need to bend the second knuckle joint like that. I'm not sure if that's the correct bend or not. There's only one entrance. Well, so remember, I'm trying to beat entrances rather than puzzle areas. So my goal is to get into the entrance, have it be a puzzle, and then solve it. So I think this is the wrong... Is this the wrong bend? Or did they set it up so both bends? No, that's the wrong puzzle. Get out of here. Right, it's from the next room. This one, which just spits me right out the door. What? Okay, that I was not expecting. Okay, so I think there's a... Yeah, I can do an orthogonal camera here. That's actually very helpful. Interesting. That spat me right through. So maybe we have to do the other bend, because this... Ooh, if I straighten out the first one and bend the second one... So... Straighten out the first one, bend the second one, like that? Is this anything? So I have to remember where I was going. That's right, we start from the third segment. Get out of my way, goddamn! We start from here. Where does this go? We go here. It goes like that, through, past that, into the next room, and into here! There we go! Okay, I'm in a puzzle. If I solve this, then I get the thing. And this seems eminently solvable. I just have to flip this. Okay. How am I flipping this? I need to get bracing upwards. Oh, I can self-brace this, can't I? At my length? Maybe? Can I? Yes, just barely. Okay, but, yeah, it needs to be down one from here? Like that. Ooh. No, I can't self-brace. That one just happened to be braced against the wall. You've done this puzzle with every worm except the one it starts you with. Yeah, I think that one is actually legit impossible. Right. Okay, so here's what I need to do. I need to flip it like that, and then choke up on it and flip it like that. Yeah, okay. That's not too bad. What? Why can't I... Oh, because I would... Okay, let's... This is just pushing it into place. And we're good. Okay, so... rather than solving a worm or solving a puzzle area, we have now solved... Oh, it warped us back to this entrance, which is nice. This is the one that we solved. Does that make sense? Like, I gotta get myself out of thinking like we're solving this puzzle area. Rather, we're solving the individual entrances. Wherever we can get them to take us. Okay. It's a little strange. I mean, can I can't get off of that, can I? Not much I can do here. That's bad. I can't traverse this. I can't traverse this as a 2-length buglet. There's just not a way to do it. So what am I doing? Did I have any other options here? It's like I have so few individual moves. So, okay, if I move back, then other than moving forward, that left is immediate dead, so that's not it. Move forward. If I move this way, that's a soft lock. So this is forced. We're doing move at a time. Left is impossible. Forward is impossible. Down is just back to where I was. So this is forced. Oh, can I can ring mode it here. Okay. But then what? Then I'm stuck between these two, so I don't think that's it. But also, that's the only thing that I can see to do. Can I do anything before I ring mode? I can turn around and go down here. I could go... Oh! I think I'm going to unring mode is what we're going to be learning how to do. So we do that. We follow the path here. Well, that's not helpful. That puts me the wrong way round. Come on, man. What am I supposed to do about that? Ay. I didn't need to push. You're right, I didn't need to push it this far up. Okay. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna turn around. We're gonna go all the way, almost all the way up. Then we go like this. We go into ring mode, and then we can go down. Then we follow the path. Then we're here, and that's GG. That's cool. So, worm food can turn you back from a ring into a 2-cell bug. Which is fun. I mean, I can just do this, can't I? That's forced. I need to flip. I need to flippity-flip. The flippy-flip. I can do that. Doesn't help me much, but it is a thing. I can certainly do this. Boggle says that's a good teaching puzzle as compared to gestures wildly. Hey, good teaching puzzles are hard. I'm gonna be honest with you. We can... What are we doing? I need to flip this. Which means I need to brace somehow on the side. Ugh. Or I need to get on here in ring mode. Oh, am I doing something silly here? Is this... Ah, stop. We're going full silly mode with this. No. Okay. My problem is... Let's restart. Kind of want it to be there, but I want to be down there. Will flipping on either axis do it? I think so. Yeah. We've gone full silly mode. So I think I want to ring myself and then somehow be able to transfer off to... Yeah, so I can just get these out to start and then keep the ability to ring. Then I can push these around in some way that's helpful, hopefully. But I still need to be able to get through here. Yeah, no, that works, except that I've hecked myself in terms of... Okay. Give me a sec. I don't want to collect that that dot at the moment. Okay, so I'm gonna push this like way over here. And then up. No, I'm going around to push it up from this end. Bam. I need that to be off of the bottom so that I can maintain access to this area down here. So I'm leaving one down there, which I'm going to use to enter ring mode. And then I'm going to push this in here. And then I think we just go bop. And then I can get on to the big one as a ring. I'm now on the big one. So can I just flip you? Absolutely not. Oh, I'm... am I being silly? I am being silly. Hang on. I can do... Undo a bit. That can be there. That's fine, I think. Right. Or am I going to need to flip it horizontally? Oh, that's terrifying. Well, let's try this. Oops. God dang it. Yeah, I need to push this one that way. God damn it. I've Sokoban'd myself into a corner. Okay. That needs to go exactly there. This needs to go on the bottom and there. Right? And that can go in there, and I'm good. Oh, but now I can't frickin' rotate. Imagine if you could try things in the game. So we can do that. That's fine. Right. Then we go ring mode, we do this. We get on here, and maybe we can flip? That's still not enough room. So we are going to have to flip it on the horizontal axis, which is terrifying. Okay. Rotating in the middle doesn't work because it's all corners, unless it was like that. No. No, it's not all corners. This part right in the middle is not a corner. And so I somehow have to use the space in the middle to allow it to flip over, but I'm not seeing it. Because in this position, I can't flip from the middle because it's off. I mean, let's just set this up, I suppose. Well, I mean, getting on here, first of all, is impossible. Because that's a 2-tile thing. So, even if I wanted to experiment, I couldn't. But yeah, I think even in ring mode, I can't flip from the corners. I mean, maybe we should verify that claim, but I'm pretty sure. Also, I can never get on that in this position because it's a parity issue. I can only join up with things to an even number of tiles away. I could do that. So there's my ring. And I can't rotate here. And I can't rotate here because I'm at a diagonal. There's a number of reasons I can't rotate here. One is that there's nothing in my line. Or at least there's nothing in this orientation that is on ground. One up from here and rotate up? Okay, so one up from here is going to dunk it in the drink. And rotating up would be blocked by... There's not enough room to rotate. Vertically. The thing... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tall, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then this useless part is 10. Where was I? Oh, when I was the ring? Oh, I think I've undid past that point. Like, there's no... This is all corners. That's a rotate point. That's a rotate point. This is a rotate point. And these two are... That's it. Is the dot useful before ringing? I'm gonna need the dot to get off of this. So maybe that's a bit of a hint as well, because I'm gonna need this to end up in a spot where I can get the dot after the flip. Does that make sense? I could also get off onto one of the sausages and then get off onto the dot. Yeah, true. Is there some wacky off-grid thing that I could do? No, I can't really hang it off of the grid because... the shape is a... It has all four corners of the rectangle. Could I get it to flip downwards into here? Ooh! That's it. It's a little challenging, but I think if I'm on this rank and right there, exactly. Can I flip that? Do I need to be up one? Wait, what? This goes here. Empty goes here. Oh, this is two. Okay, what if I'm up one from there? Bam. Oh, come on. Annoying. Annoying! Everything is annoying. Okay. Get out of here. If I do that, I can flip that. Does that help me? Absolutely not, because now it's stuck in there forever. Why did I think that was anything? I don't know why I thought this was anything, but it's not. That's not getting out of there. And that's worth a star. True. Oh god. Is there any way that we could use these two tile areas? I just... Okay, well, that ain't it. Okay, so fundamentally speaking, in order to rotate this about the vertical axis, this needs to be on ground. And all 4 corners need to not be on ground. That's not possible on this grid. Full stop. Like, ain't no way. Right? This tile in the center has to be on ground. And if... Eh... No, I could have 2 corners on ground. If they're the side that goes up. But then these need to... Like... That's the best I can do. Is it not? And besides, I'm hecked here. Annoying. Okay. That's the best I can do, and I don't think I can get onto that in ring mode. I think there's a parity issue, and it would have to be there. At which point, I can't rotate it. So, I don't think I can even test this, but I'm pretty sure if I'm here and I rotate left, it doesn't work. Right? Like, it's blocked by these guys running into these tiles. Again, can't test it because I only have 2 tile increments to go left and right in my ring mode. It starts but bonks, so it would push stuff potentially, but okay. New theory then is pushing one of these 2 tile worms into the water anything. Is that anything? How did I ever do anything in this puzzle? I think I need to get this guy out of the way first. The Sokoban of this one is a little less than desirable. So, if I can make a... Okay, this might be it? Because then I can put it directly in the center. Like that. Now I can do... Well, let me push up first. Well... Sure. I guess I have to go around the other way. Z. And this... is the wrong offset. Fuck. I need to be 1 left of here. Okay, so if I reverse this, I might be able to do it. Okay, so stop! Oh my god! This fucking 2 tile worm navigation is certainly a thing that exists. So I can't push that all the way. Oh, this looks gross to do. I could push this up to there. And then, like that? Maybe. That's gonna push the pellet into the stupid fucking goddamn... I'm just trying to get a thing to this side and be pushed into the center here without losing access to anything. Because if I push this one left, now it's gone. Right? So... Okay, maybe I just do this. Maybe that's fine. And then we go boopy boop. And then... Yeah, okay. There we go. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Like so. And then... These guys... This one goes there. This one goes all the way down. Actually, no. This one I need to be out of the way. Some fashion, but... Okay. I do that? Yeah. God, what? Everything is in everything else's way in this silly puzzle. Okay, I think this one can go down there. No, it can't. It can't go to the bottom layer. It can, however, go out here. No, it can only go to there. Then I have to be in here and push down like that. I know what out of the way is. It's just... everywhere is the problem. And navigating across this stupid thing with... Actually... God damn it. Actually, this can go onto the bottom. I changed my mind. I can get that off later. So that's enough to get here. Oh my god. Okay. So that's fine because I can go down here, not go ring mode, and come up here. Great. Which means I can do that. The reason it couldn't be on the bottom is that if it's here, I can't get into here. So now I go like this, and finally... Here's the problem. I can never get off of these. So. Somehow... You can move the food seems like a nightmare, GL. Yeah, see, the problem is that in order to move the fucking food... Okay, well, actually, maybe this makes my life easier. Because... Okay, that guy can go on the bottom. Can I just do this? Haha. Haha. I can do that. And then that. Okay, that's fine. That's what these little cubbies are for, because now I can get it off of the top still. Okay, so like that. Where did I want the damn food again? I think I want it like... Fuck. I want it there. No, I want it even one lower than that, and also I'm hecked if I ever push this to the edge. So, or the bottom. The bottom I could deal with. Maybe. Let me take care of this real quick. Get you... Ah! There. That's fine. That's a fine place to be. Here I can go like this. How high up can I push this? Not high enough. I really don't want to have to bring in the 2-tile one, but I might have to. I think I have to. I think... If I... Oh yeah, I can push that right because it's on the ground here. I can't push this left. I'm... fucking hate this fucking level. What the fuck? Everything is annoying in this stupid level. Okay, so this I can push up. That's fine. This I can do this. And then this I have to push to the right? No, this isn't gonna work. I need this to be above. Okay, hang on. I can do this. Yeah, okay, so this guy goes down to... Stop! Okay, this I can do. I can do a little corner push like that. I cannot push it any further than this. This goes back to the right. This allows me to push this down to... Then I use this to die and lose forever. I'm so... Because I can't push this anymore. Like, I can't push it back up. Like, that's... You can push it. Oh, I can push it with my butt! Oh, I forgot how to play this fucking game. Okay, hang on. I don't need to do any of this. Okay, yeah, I don't need the 2-tile one. Get back here. Okay, that's fine. That's a fine place for that to be. This, I just push it. Then I do need to use this to push left. Yeah, push down one more, and then we go left. That's where I want the stupid food. Okay. I believe we are now in position. Okay, we're going to rotate about this point, which is symmetrical according to this, but we are going to shift it left one also. So this is going to there. So I'll be able to get off on this. This is in a fine spot. We do this, go ring mode, get on here, flip. That's the stupid thing. For fuck's sake. Okay. Get me out of there. Let's go. Oh. Okay, I do want to see if that was simpler if I had just remembered that you can push the stupid thing with your butt. And I'm almost certain, yeah. I overcomplicated that massively. Yeah. Well, nevertheless. And then this can just... We could do that just fine. So you still need to do this bit. Which is a little annoying. But it's not too bad. And this can be sort of anywhere as long as it's horizontally aligned like that. And that's, once again, it. So I did overcomplicate that significantly, I will admit. But we did it. And then I have to toss to get out. Oh, excuse me. All right. Let's go here. So, God, what is going on here? How am I ever getting this out? What? And also, this is one of those setups where I can only get one of these at a time because then I'm too long to get out. Wait a minute. I can reverse. No, I can't. God dang it. Okay. Yeah. So that is what it is. I can be 4 tiles. Being 5 is a lot trickier. If I was already 5, I could get 6. So I can get that out. Sort of. I could do that and just be long. Then I can get both of these. I think. Yeah, I can do it just by doing that. I am now long. Does that help? Maybe. I can do that. I mean, I can do that. Right? But then I can't get off. What's that fable with the bird trying to get rocks out of a jar? I don't know it, but it makes sense. That being said, it is midnight 30. I'm feeling tired, and I'm starting to very much overcomplicate puzzles. So, I think that's probably where I'm gonna call it. Let's find somebody to raid. We've been on for 6 hours. That's a stream for sure. Who is on? Final Fantasy X. Palanoi is playing. Is anyone else playing Can of Wormholes? Absolutely not. Okay. Shoot. All right, what do y'all think? Final Fantasy X. Mini Shoot Adventures. I don't know what that is. Or Celeste. Unless y'all have any suggestions. Celeste. All right. We're gonna say hi to Fat Pidgey Burb. Make sure I spell that right. And you all have a lovely night, and I'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out. This has been a lovely stream, and we'll be back with Super Lesbian Animal RPG on Tuesday, probably. So don't miss it. I'll see y'all later. Good night. Bye.